Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial. My name's Sakimi-chan, and for this term's voiceover tutorial, I thought we'd do a male character. So basically, I've been really enjoying the new Final Fantasy remake game, so much so that after I finished it, I kind of wanted to play the other games, the older games. So I searched up Final Fantasy on Switch, and then I picked the game to play, and that game was Final Fantasy VIII, and it was a remastered HD version. And I mean, it doesn't look as good, but I'm really enjoying the story so far. I'm in the beginning chapters, I think. But yeah, so I really wanted to kind of do my interpretation of a remake portrait of the main character from the game, so Squall. And the Final Fantasy art is super iconic, and I can totally see like the 2D art that they had done in the previous games is super iconic, and I feel like they did a fantastic job transitioning that into 3D character modeling, and I just want to see if I can like achieve that look as well. Taking the classic Squall portrait from the game and try to make it look kind of like a remake version of the 2D art. So that's what I'll be attempting today, and let's just get to this together and see if I can pull this through. Hopefully I will achieve something that I'm happy with. To be honest, working on Final Fantasy characters is very challenging for me because I really wanted to capture the likeness of the video game characters. They have a certain aesthetic to them. Although my art is greatly inspired by Final Fantasy, the appeal of it isn't exactly similar to it, because I've been trying really hard to capture it, but every time I just feel dissatisfied with the result. I mean, it might end up looking the best that I can make it, but deep inside I just feel like I have not achieved what I wanted to achieve. So this tutorial will be me trying to kind of transition that likeness from FF8 into a remake version of that. So yeah, that was a lengthy intro. But yeah, I've been super into the FF game series, so this is the reason for this voiceover tutorial. And yeah, I think for this I will start off with a sketch. I mean, probably not gonna be too good at it because my sketches are always very messy and stuff. But I will try. Squall's got a very special hairstyle. Like most of the Final Fantasy characters, the hair is one of the more iconic design of the character. But yeah, his hair is quite interesting, just like Cloud's hair, very iconic. So I want to achieve that. So usually I have a guide of cross lines. So usually when I do sketches of the face, I'm a very messy sketch artist because most of my work goes into the painting process. Because I don't normally do a lot of sketches. That is the reason why I do more painting, and thus my sketch skills is lacking. You might be different depending on what you focus on. I have more practice in painting, not sketching. That is why. I guess I should probably spend more time sketching, work on my lines. Yeah. But there goes the iconic Square Enix eyes. Their eyes is so iconic of Square Enix rendering style. I love it. I've learned so much by just observing from them. But yeah, it's amazing how you take a look at the older Square Enix or Final Fantasy series cutscenes, and you can definitely see the similarity in styles, except now it's just more realistic, more skin textures, but you can definitely see the style through the new version, which is very fascinating to me. So I'm just kind of using the official 2D art of Squall as a reference because I feel like that would be a good base to work from. And usually with this type of super specific style that is already in 3D, I have to look for a very good reference for it, because if not, then I might risk injecting too much of my own like style into it and not enough of its original look, and thus compromising the final result. Like, I want it to be very similar to the original, maybe with just a bit of my flavor in there, my style in there. So the eyes are too big. Yeah, this is definitely challenging because it's like trying, you already have a style but you're trying to develop a new style. That's what it feels like. So I'm observing from my other monitor the Squall 2D portrait, the official 2D portrait. I'm trying to pretty much follow it because the hair style is probably what's going to be recognizable as him, because his hair is like, it's not as crazy as Cloud's, but still it's got its own sort of uniqueness that needs to be captured. Alright, I really wanted to capture the eyes here. Okay, I'm just going to edit this a bit more. I'll bring this over a bit and then bring the eyes over a bit more. Just like that. And also, as you can see, my sketch is quite messy, huh? His hair is quite... yeah, this is definitely not the the style. It's the best that I can do. I guess we'll just leave it at that, and I'll leave the rest to sort of painting. Because once, I guess if I start putting down some shadow and lighting, it might look a little better. But for now, we will go ahead and do his jacket that he's known to wear. The hair might be a bit big. I need to fix that. Bring it over a bit. So this is why I say I need work in my lines. When I'm painting, I feel like I'm able to capture certain shapes better, while when I'm using line work, it seems to be a little difficult on me. So yeah, if I was still back in school and I had to pick something to improve upon, I would definitely probably spend more time on that one subject, and that way it'll help me improve faster. Also, I can see that the eyebrows is arched a bit more like that instead of being more straight. So if I observe that a bit, and also chin needs to be bit more like that, and this eye like that. It's hard. Definitely not used to this. I think maybe his face needs to be a bit longer. Yeah, this is tough. I'm going to resize it a bit because we have to do the rest of his clothes. Alright, let's see. Just gonna maybe make this a bit smaller. Now that I have a first sketch done, I'm just going to feel like I need another pass at the line, especially for this piece. And I'm just gonna try to be a bit more refined here and following the 2D art reference. Hopefully I can do a better job at it. The eye part is definitely where it's at. The eyes is pretty iconic. On top of the hairstyle is what really speaks to me in terms of the Final Fantasy art style. Those two elements. And here is the other eyebrows. It's a bit arched like that. And then we have the hair, one strand there, another one here, and okay. I'm being a bit more observant as I do the second pass, as I follow my lines as well as observing the reference. I think this is a great way to learn, to be honest, just doing some observational drawings and not to sort of copy the style of the game art, but like taking certain elements that I think would fit my style and try to kind of use that information to evolve my art in the future. I'll probably do that. Actually, that's what I've been doing since I started Patreon, is to observe characters or official art that I like and kind of doing the fan art of them, and in that way I feel like I can observe and pick out elements that I've learned from drawing that piece and putting it into my art style. So yeah, and one more, and then he's got some more hair swept like this behind his ear. The other eye, one of the eyelids, and then the other one, and the eyes always goes down. That's one of the traits of Final Fantasy artists, that they like to, for a lot of the characters, they like to do that droopy eye look with the angular eyebrows, which is a very popular makeup trend in Japan actually that I've noticed. And so it's cool to see that they actually put that into their game, in their visuals as well. So you can definitely tell that it's very Japanese influence, the character looks anyways, even though they're supposed to be non-Japanese. But you can definitely see a bit of that, the look. You can immediately tell. You can immediately tell when the game is done by a Japanese company or a Western company based on how the characters look and how they portray certain nationalities, which I find fascinating, really, because each style has their own flair, I guess. How do you say this? Attractiveness? Yeah. And have some more hair hanging. His face is actually a little pointy like this, based on the 2D art. And then goes into that. I don't know if I drew this right, but yeah. And then the ears, I'm just gonna draw the ears based on how I've been drawing ears. You got the inside there, and you got the little ridge here. And dip into like this. And he's got earring. And then a bit of hair. Creeps, slopes onto the neck. And the rest, the back of his head hair, like that. Okay. Yeah, this looks a bit more like the official art, and then you have the scar here. Still, I feel like this eyebrow could be a bit lower, so I'm just gonna edit that. I do this when I'm painting as well. Editing the eyebrows is what sort of conveys the feel of the character, I suppose. And then we have the collarbone and the fluff on his leather jacket. Okay, should probably... yeah, this looks a little bit better. Need to have a proper reference of Squall's jacket design. Okay. So, oh, actually, the fluff might be a bit more big. And then we have the jacket. And some jacket wrinkle. And the other side of the jacket. I guess in the revamped version, his actually no. Oh, he's wearing a necklace. I thought they did. They changed up his shirt a little. I don't know. Is this? I'm not sure if this is. I guess it's an updated design, but in the old one, he's just wearing a V-neck, keeping it original. So I guess this is what we're gonna do. I wonder if I should do a little bit of a landscape with this. I can do a little landscape piece instead of a portrait. Let's see. Okay, so this is the line version, the first pass, and the second pass is a little bit better. This is also what I do with painting. I do passes. I might have to fix some of these areas once I start putting down shadow and lighting. That's usually the case. Unless you're super used to painting over line art, which I'm not used to, then for sure we'll have to adjust as we go along. Okay. Let me see if I can. I don't even know if I want to like kind of maybe tilt his head a little or something. I don't know. No, let's move it a bit here. And he's pretty grumpy, like at least in the beginning of the game he's even worse than Cloud. Like in terms of moodiness. Oh boy. As I play this game, I find that there's a bit of similarity between this game and FF7 at the beginning. So yeah, I'm very, very curious to keep playing it. I guess this should do for now. Let me rotate this. So when I rotate it, I'm especially looking for mistakes, like awkward areas that I should be fixing. The earlier on you fix things, the better it will be later on. So, I mean, I'm not totally into this pose specifically, but I wanted it to reference the official 2D art, so it's gonna look like this, even though the official 2D art is very, hold on, let me just make, it's pretty much just the portrait itself without the shoulders, so it might be a little different. Okay, I'm just doing some steps to record our progress. There we go. And make a background group. So usually this is what I end up not recording, is this phase, if I do decided to make the line art a bit cleaner. But otherwise I would just skip this phase and skip to the painting part. But for this tutorial we will sit through that. Well, you guys will have to sit through this phase. So after doing a bit of line work to help guide my painting process, we are gonna use the lasso tool and pretty much just select the silhouette of it. Sometimes I end up, actually I'll probably do that, but sometimes I end up putting different elements of the characters in separate layers. That way if I want to change something I can easily do it. In this case I'll do that too, but since I already selected everything, I'm just going to select everything, and I'm going to go and cut the head up from the body. Sounds very morbid. And we're gonna put it on a separate layer. That way we have the head and body separately. And this is my usual format when I paint, pretty much. So everything on a separate layer, organized and named, which usually doesn't happen in my usual work process. I just let everything just jumble up together. I will be right back. I'm gonna look for a background image, and we're gonna try to blend that into this piece. Alright guys, so we're back. So pretty much what I did was find the image that I thought would fit the game and the character, and then I put it there and I blurred it. So that's one of the ways to just make a quick background without too much effort. And we'll maybe might change that up a bit later on, but for now I think it'll do the job. Just to have some background color so that we can paint the character according to the background color a bit more. Although, you know, sometimes we can be a bit creative when it comes to shadow and not exactly make it logical, because it is 2D and we can do whatever our imagination takes us. So now that we have that done, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the general color of his outfit, which is quite simple. So it's pretty much black and white with the white fluff and black leather jacket, and with a white v-neck top with necklace, which I will paint on later on because it's easier that way and it saves us the hassle of painting it on the same layer, which can be complicated, because then what if you want to move the necklace later on. I'm using the airbrush to kind of add a bit of shadow in a quick way without too much sharpness. I'm using a bluish tone for the highlight of the black leather jacket, because the environment it is you know, bluish. That gives us the excuse to use a blue color as the lighter tone in the leather jacket, and I feel like this will give it a more suitable way to blend in the jacket into the background, make it look logical. Just going to put a bit more shadow. Okay, deselect. Everything is quite rough right now, and we're gonna go ahead and work on that v-neck as well. Same thing, we're going to shade it up. I'm gonna actually add a bit of yellowish tone into the white garment. I did notice that in other 3D games and 3D renders, and also real life photo references, that white clothing has a bit of that sort of undertone inside the shaded area, and sometimes even in the highlight of white clothing under sunlight or similar lighting conditions. So after I did a few practice of that, that's now an automatic response for me to just add a bit of that yellow into white clothing, and sometimes even other light color clothing. That just goes to show that we can definitely learn a lot from using references, and always try to sort of pick up information while we are using those references, which will help a lot later on as we paint more, and it'll be faster this way. So now went into multiply, and just putting down some shadow. I'm gonna go here, do a bit of a line. I'm going to reduce the line appearance, and now with, actually I should probably color the face first. So going to the face, pretty much just shade it up with the skin tone that we've already had. Go into the hair part, and this part is gonna be a little bit rough, but basically just roughly select where we will have, where's the hairline and where he's gonna have hair pretty much, and gonna go for a nice brown color. And so I will be following along the light source of the original 2D art. So the light source will be coming from the top right, left corner, sorry, top left corner. So that means we will be also painting the hair in that manner, where we'll be aiming the highlight towards that corner, and then the rest of the hair will be in shadow. I'll be a bit creative in the shadow and light aspect, which you will see later, because you know, not everything needs to be logical when we're painting 2D, as long as it looks good at the end. At least that's how I feel. So yeah, just going to, oh, I missed a bit of the hair. I'm just gonna use the lasso tool real quick, make up for that. So yeah, I mean, so far so good, it's coming along. Alright, okay, let's zoom in a bit. And okay, now that I have the head a little bit blocked in with colors and such, I'm gonna make a new layer and we're gonna work on that neck a bit. So let's start off by selecting a shadow color for the skin. I'm gonna go with a grayish beige color for now. I'm starting off with a not so bright shadow because I wanna kind of gauge a little on how it would look. So I'm thinking if I start off with a non-saturated shadow color, I can later on saturate it as I go along, instead of starting off with a saturated shadow color and then I have to dull it out later on. Sometimes, especially in a bit of a realistic setting, the shadow tend to be not that saturated, so my reasoning is I can adjust it as I go along, and I feel like it might be easier to start off non-saturated and then later on making it a bit more colorful instead of the other way around. But that's just my thought process. Sometimes it can be the opposite. We can test this way out first. As I go along, I am also adding in some of that shadow for the fluff as well. So I am guessing for this portrait I'm gonna end up using some photo textures for the clothing just to make it look more realistic, just like the remake, FF7 remake. I do want to achieve a certain level of realism, and I'm not gonna be spending too much time on texture, and that's why I will be using photo texture to speed things up for that. But for now I am, as you can see, doing a pretty bit of a basic layer of shadow. I'm going to go underneath the jawline, also underneath the hair area, just to make those sharp shadow color. And I'm still using a fairly grayish, not super saturated shadow color. I'm gonna add a little bit of it, especially underneath the fluff where it's laying on top of the skin, and then on the shirt part. And a bit sharper in terms of the intensity of the shadow. As you can see, it's a bit too sharp. I have to even this area out so it doesn't look like clipped art, or I don't know how to describe it, like super sharp. It needs to be soft. The rendering style I'm aiming for is a soft shadow slash highlight. So yeah, gotta soften that up a bit. So this is before, after, just a little bit of shadow. We can adjust a bit more as we go along. And with most of my pinups, as you know, I always have to make sure the anatomy show through a bit. Even with male pinups. So I'm just adding a bit of highlight to where I feel the anatomy will be for his chest. It's like painting nude body, but having a layer of clothing on top. Have to erase this. Oops, zoom in a bit. So this is what I have so far. Pretty rough. I'm gonna merge down the layer because feel like I'm satisfied with it. Now onto the face. I'm going to make a darkened layer. It's almost like multiply, except it's not that dark. And I'm just going to shade basic shadow for the face. I'm gonna constrain the shadow layer down to the head layer, so when I color it does not go out. And then the nose, I'm applying some basic shadow. So I'm being pretty careful here, which probably end up later on probably having to add more shadow, but for now I'm going slow and adding some eyebrows. And I am again referencing the official 3D portrait for this for now. Then I'm going to slowly add in more shadow and highlight and color variations. But for now, we'll do a basic shadow and highlight. More like shadow for now. I'm gonna add a bit of warm color onto the face. I'll add a bit of shadow to contour the nose. Add a bit more warm tone underneath the nose. When it comes to features on the face, we don't want to be using like dull shadow. We want to use a saturated shadow, because if not, then I feel like the skin will look a bit dull, especially on the face. On the body, you can get away with a bit of that, but on the face, we need to make sure to use a bit of a colorful, more saturated. As you can see, I'm using a bit more saturated color. And then for the ears, we're just going to shade it up like how I usually shade ears. It's pretty much a formula with the ears. We have shadow in those specific areas and highlight in specific areas. Just have that there. And I'm going to go ahead, select a warmer color, and just gonna go and put it onto the face, onto the forehead too. Go with the eyes, and he's got like bluish eyes, so just go. Actually, his blue eyes is a bit more teal-ish color or grayish color. There we go. I probably need to layer a bit more shadow on here. Right now it's very flat, but I think this is pretty good for first pass. I'm just gonna merge it down. Alright. Oop, hold on. Zoom in a bit. Okay. Now I'm gonna be a bit more detailed close up to the face, and gonna add a bit of shadow around the face here. Oh, make sure to lock down the layer. I did not have it locked down. And on the nose, just add a bit of shadow. Just add that. And go onto the eyes. Need to add some eyelashes first, and then emphasize the eyelid a bit. I'm going to use the lasso tool here for help. I'm going to select a slightly darker color. I'm just gonna emphasize that eyelid crease. A bit more shadow for the eyebrows. And actually, let me lower that eyebrow a bit. Angle it a bit more too. As for the eyes needs to be darker. So I'll copy, paste, adjust, and I'm just going to darken it a bit more. It needs to be darker. And now it's just about adding some more shadows here and there and clean up this area. I need to add a bit of green in here, darken the eyes up a bit. And for the eyes, I'm going to line the bottom lid. Have a bit of eyelashes. In the older 3D model, they did not give him bottom lashes. So I'm just adding a bit of that. And add a bit more. For the nostril, I'm going to switch to a more saturated shadow. Add a bit of nostril detail. And some more shadow underneath, as well as for his eye bags. I'm gonna select the nose. Done. And then I'm gonna add a bit of shadow underneath that. And have a bit of underneath the nose detail. Okay. And I'm gonna go back to the body layer and add a bit more shadow underneath his jawline. And contour that Adam's apple, then bring it down. So basically just layering on shadow at this point. It's looking very smooth. I will be sharpening it up slightly, although keeping it soft is trying to keep it as soft as possible when it comes to the skin, and then sharpen up certain areas after, like here, using the lasso tool to make sure that I don't make it super soft, have a bit of a hard edge on that side, and just continue. So just a bit more shadow. I'm just going to lower that. Good. And then just pretty much add a bit more shadow underneath his lips. I should probably use a bit of a reference from the remake for the guys for this piece, so it doesn't. Right now, the way I'm rendering it feels like an older version of a Square Enix render. I need to look at the new version real quick. But for now, I'm just doing a basic pass. Use a darker color to outline that jawline of his. And for the hair, man, the way they rendered the character's hair in the remake looks so good. I'm talking about the more rendered cutscenes and not the in-game model. But yeah, it looks so good. Either way, it looks good. So his hair is a bit particular. There's gonna be a lot of work, so I'll start out by lining his hair using a dark line, like line art, except using a bit of it as I block out the hair, using a bit of lines to simulate texture. Also, I do use texture for the hair as well, but first we must have a decent guide or decent foundation for the hair in order to use hair textures. Gotta make sure you have all your hair clumps ready and such, and then you use texture to make it look even better. For now, we'll just kind of paint out the different clumps of hair and where they need to be first. Let's see, probably I'm gonna kind of blend in his hairline a bit into the forehead, and then I'm gonna merge that down, make another layer, and add a bit of shadow around the side. And then add a bit of lashes on the bottom here. Add a bit of eyeball texture, some lines in the corner there, and a highlight on the side, but that could change a little after. I'll just lower it down a bit. I think his face needs to be lowered down one peg. Work on the lips a bit. Open another layer. I'm going to add a bit of bluish tone on top. Very slightly though. Super subtle. Okay, zoom out. Before, after. So we're just gonna layer it on like this, step by step. Also, forgot to rotate this a bit. Gotta rotate it once in a while just so we can make sure that if we see anything weird going on, we gotta fix it right away. I'm just going to add some more details in the back of his hair and even give some hair textures. Definitely need some hair texture, especially on the back of his hair. Probably also, let me just, his chin needs to be a bit smaller and more angular. I'm just referencing the official art. And his eyes more like that. Okay, now we can pretty much like take away the lines if we want. Although I kind of do want to keep the lines for the face. Like that. Oops. Merge it down onto the head layer. And yep. And we can just kind of start rendering the jacket a bit. Alright, I got a reference for the jacket. It's nice to have a reference just in case. So it's on my other screen. I'm just gonna create another layer so that I can kind of do a bit of rendering and see if it looks good, and if I'm okay with it, I'm going to merge it down. So we'll start off with a bit of shadow contouring the shoulder here, and we're gonna go ahead and paint 2 lines for the seam of the jacket. So the original design doesn't appear to have too much detail of his jacket, I don't think. Yeah, it's pretty much like a black jacket, black leather jacket looking. So I can do a bit of my own interpretation on that if we were to kind of bring it into a remake look, just having some additional designs to it. I'm going to be using a combination of airbrush and standard round brush. So I feel like the airbrush would be good for leather texture because in real life the shadow is soft and somewhat vague-ish. So I can use a bit of that. Have a bit of highlight near the shoulder. And this part is gonna be shadow in shadow, and I'm going to select the part that I'm gonna have in a darker shade like that. Just gonna use the airbrush to help me kind of build up that shadow fast. I'm just looking back at the reference. And as for this part, it's actually quite bright, so I'm gonna use a brighter color. We're gonna outline where the chest is, kind of. And then we're gonna contour the other side the chest like this. Right now it's looking uber soft, super super soft. So we have to sharpen it at some point. But for now I'm trying to get the general shape down. I'm gonna go for a bit more shadow to contour the sleeve. And I can do a little bit of highlight. Add some little ridge. And I'm gonna go for a bluish color here. And I'm gonna add a bit of, actually, for his original design, so might have to switch it up a bit. So we have the fur here. I'm gonna be adding shadow on the inside of the fur. I mean, in the middle part of the fur, because his jacket is a little flipped, a bit flipped, and the lining of the jacket is actually a white material, so we're gonna have that. And for this part, the lining of his jacket is shown, and then we have the black part of it. We have to kind of line the inside of the fur with shadow, and we have the fur kind of like this. And I'm just going to outline this real quick. Let's make it a bit darker. Still, I think this part needs to be brighter. That. And I'm going to shade the lining a bit. So I'm just doing a pretty rough edit of the jacket. So this is what we have before, after, just a bit more rendered out. I'm not gonna care too much about how the fur is gonna look first, because we're going to be refining that fur later on. So I'm just going to go ahead and be very messy with it. And so I think I'm pretty happy with this step, at least. I'm gonna merge it down. Now time for the neck part. So this part is gonna be readjusting the lighting for it. So we're gonna go ahead, select that entire part, because I'm going to be making that whole bit darker. So the thing I noticed about the rendering style of the previous earlier Final Fantasy game compared to the remake is that there's not as much shadow variation. A lot of the rendering is more exposed, as in, like, everything was a bit, how do you say, a bit more washed out compared to the rendering now, which has more shadow and contrast. So that's what we will be trying to do. So once I do that, I have to go back to the face and readjust it. So I'll leave that here for now. I'm going back to the face, and we're going to readjust it a bit. Meaning a bit more shadow for sure, and more rendering and variations in tones of the shadow. And by doing so, I'm also learning as well. I will be probably applying a bit of what I learned from this tutorial into my own style afterwards. copy paste and darken. But of course some bits are a bit too intense, so we're going to kind of remove it a little bit. And then add a bit of medium tone into this design so it's not washed out. I also probably need to add it to his chest as well, but let's do it like this. It's kind of like adding layer. Add a bit of pinkish tone. Add a bit of bluish tone, just a tiny amount. I'm gonna focus the bluish tone towards the top area of the face. Add a bit more eye bags, a bit more shadow inside the eyes, and underneath the hair. And the lips, let's see if we can render it out a bit more. I'm gonna stick to this color, I think. And a bit more shadow underneath the chin. And a bit more shadow for the chin. Let's make the render soft. So using the airbrush, we're gonna sculpt out that chin. Actually no, hold on. Add a bit of shadow in the middle of the chin. Let's refine the lips a bit. And add a bit of blush onto the cheek. Add a bit more shadow on the other side too. And let's line that face a bit. Okay, so this is second pass. As you can see, I'm adding a bit more shadow to the face. Maybe I can try to add the no, we'll add the eye detail later on. For now, I need to refine the hair a bit more. Yes, this is what we have so far. It's just a little bit more refined and more shadow and highlight. Alright, so I went and I looked for a photo texture for the fur because I think that's gonna speed things up a bit, so I did that, and then we're just gonna try to focus on refining the lighting a bit more. So this is the picture in question. I went for more of a heavy shadow on the inside type of photo texture, because in the official rendering it kind of looked that way, and I feel like we can adjust this and make this a bit lighter. But at least we'll get some sort of texture out of it. So once I put it on, can kind of get a feel of it. I think it needs to be a bit bigger. Yeah, it needs to be it needs to be flatter and poofier. But at least we'll have the texture of the fluff. So I'm just going to try to apply the best I can. Flip this and have it on the other side as well. Like that, adjust it. And I'm going to just erase whatever's sticking out. that. And let's merge this down. This too, we have to merge it down. So I'm going to constrain one, I copied it 2 times, one part to the face and constrain the rest onto the body layer. So that way we still have elements of the character separated, but we have applied the paint over that we did. Now for the fur, I'm going to create a secondary layer and we're just going to do a bit of silhouetting. I'm going to, let's see, let me use this brush. It's, I used to use this brush quite often. Wait, well, I guess it's not. Oh, I mean, the erase tool, whoops. Okay, back to the brush. And I'm just going to kind of do a bit of silhouetting for the fluff. I'm painting underneath that texture so that we can still, I'm not painting over the texture but under it, so that to preserve it as much as we can. But at the same time, I can go ahead and work on the silhouette of the fluff. So some of these area needs to be a lot brighter, but I'll do that later. Switch to this direction. Like that. I'm going to lock that down. I'm going to go with a brighter color. Going to airbrush mode. And we're just going to brush that. And I'm also gonna go back to erase tool and gently erase some of the texture. Go back here and erase some of that extra fluffy bit that we added. There we go. So now we have sort of the fluffy bit of the jacket. Needs a bit more work though, so let me merge down for now. And then I'm going to select this part right here. The reason being, this whole area is in shadow, so I will be extending that shadow all the way through the fluffy bit too. So gonna go and, oh gosh, actually, you know what, lock that down, go to darken and darken this a bit, unlock the layer. We'll have to do a bit of this manually, so just made that part darker, but then of course the silhouette of it is kind of not as good because some of the details are now blocky because of how dark we made it, so we have to fix that. But at least this part of the fur is in shadow, and I'm also gonna add a bit of yellow in normal mode, so gonna add a bit of that. Okay. Lower the opacity a bit. So this is our fluff part, but of course it is not final yet. We could probably do a bit better here. What I'm gonna do is open a new layer. And I'm just going to make this part a bit blue, more blue. Create another layer. Let's use a bit of this brush. And I'll just paint a bit of hair strands out. Just to have a bit of fluff outer silhouette just to not have it look too blotchy. So we gotta create that texture, and I'm gonna add some shadow to it so it's not too flat looking. On top of that, I might look for another photo texture for the fur, for the outer edge of the fur, that I feel like a photo texture would just do a better job at. So I blend that down, merge that down. So this is before. We can play around with the contrast a bit. It's not that bad, but it's not the greatest either. Going back to the leather jacket, there needs to be a bit of work to the leather jacket. First, I'm gonna select the little ridge here, unlock the layer here so we can paint outside of it, and we're just going to work on the silhouette of the leather jacket. Okay, just grabbing the reference a bit, zooming in the reference a bit so we can observe the way it's folded in real life, the texture of the jacket. Okay, we're gonna use a bit of an intense color here. This color, just a lighter gray tone. Add a bit of highlight there, especially at the edge of the shoulder portion of the jacket. And then have it go down. And we'll do the same. And actually, you know what? I have to change the, how do you say, the rippling of the leather jacket with the around the sleeve area. Gonna make another big wrinkle here. I'm just looking at the reference, and that's how it looks on the reference. And another big ripple on the sleeve there. And gonna go for complete black around the edge here. And there too, I'm gonna put a little detail here. I don't think it has this in the original design, but we're gonna put it there as like that extra little detail. And another little section here. And we can add a bit of wrinkling around where this is attached to the rest of the jacket. And we're going to select, let's see, a blue color, and we're going to use this as a highlight inside the shadow type of deal. And just ever so slightly, because if you look at leather jacket under the sun, they tend to have this nice soft blue, blue hue that's reflected in the leather from the environment, and sometimes it kind of goes into like this warm grayish color as well, depending on the environment, of course. But yeah, this is pretty often I see this, even on some of my leather clothing. You can see a lot of these color combinations, the black and then blue and a bit of warm gray in there. And just gonna follow what I see on the reference. I have a bit of big ripple here. And we have like these areas where it has sharp highlight or shadow. Yes, highlight. I was getting confused a bit there. Because once I start focusing, it gets a little harder to do doing the voiceover while I paint. That's the reason for that. So I'm observing. This part is in highlight, and then a bit of shadow in the center here. And we have the highlight. It does like that. And a bit of highlight here. Okay, now for the jacket, there's gonna be a bit of highlight here. And it just slopes down. And we have the flap here. I'm just going to give it, actually it needs to be in highlight, give it a bit of highlight, and we'll be doing a bit of detailing on that flap. So we got the highlight going now. Gonna add some hem, I guess. This is what they call it, I think. Or, you know, that line thing on your clothes. And also it helps to convey a sense of thickness of the fabric, which is leather. And then of course, he's got white lining on the inside. So we're gonna go for white, and I'm gonna use a bit of a blue as a gradient for the fabric. So there we have that. I'm going to next highlight this entire part. We're gonna go to full on black, and I'm just gonna plop that down. So there we have it. This is one side of that, and it's definitely looking better than before, although probably still need a bit of work. I'm going to full on smooth this section out. Like that. Okay. I'm just thinking what I should work on next. Probably this side. Let's flip it. Okay, once I flip it, I'm trying to see here how I'm going to do this side. So for this side, what we're gonna do is add that blue hue first, and then add the black shadow of the leather. And then we're just going to gradually smooth and blend this out. Also zoomed in, we have this flap right here. Go ahead and kind of shade it. Let's go ahead and shade that. And I want to add a bit of detailing, so we're going to make a line here. Actually, I should probably add another one here too. And I'm just going to add some more details here. On top of that, I'm going to look for a texture, look for a zipper image I can incorporate into this jacket. Add a bit of shadow, implying that there is a shoulder patch here. I did that fast with the lasso tool. You can do it manually or you can use the lasso tool. And we're just going to use the airbrush. I'm just gonna smooth that out. Add a bit more shadow there. And go into the gray color. I'm just going to bring that down into this sort of highlight. And now going in with the lasso tool, gonna add the edge of that. I'm gonna add a bit of highlight on one of the little ripple of the jacket. Let's make it like that. And add a sharper highlight near the edge, gradually extending it over this. That might be a bit too shiny actually. And bring it down. Just going to extend the highlight up. Add some slight wrinkles or drape effect. It definitely looks a lot better this way. Could use a bit more work though. Let me see how it will look if I Nah. I'll just do gradual. Add a bit of highlight like this, but in a bigger surface. Okay, there we go. So this is better. Gonna merge it down. Just doing it before and after. Take a look how it looks. Now, I'll make another layer. This layer, I'm just going to go ahead and select this entire area. So this is the shadow area where whatever's on top is casting a shadow on the bottom, and copy, paste, and make that a bit darker. So there we have our shadow. I'm just going to erase the inside a bit. And also adjust the inner lining a bit. Like that. Now onto that V-neck. I'm going to paint down the skin a bit. Like that. And then we can go ahead to refine it a bit. And then work on that shirt a bit, although I probably can't really do that much. So if this is the chest area, bring it down a bit more. This is the equivalent of me painting Tifa in her tank top. It's pretty much the same. As in, I'm trying to paint some signs of anatomy over the clothing. Add a little dip of shadow here. Hopefully it'll imply his ribcage. Okay, now that that's done, I'm gonna merge it down Now comes the part I will be... Okay, actually I'm gonna merge everything down except the face and the head, and what I'll do is I'm going to edit this slightly. By that I mean adjusting the color. Actually, let me make this layer normal, that way the whatever effect layer I apply inside this layer group won't be going towards the background as well. And I will darken this up a bit like that, and then we can go ahead and manually bring back some of that highlight, although not too much of it. I mean, we don't have too much highlight to begin with. There is not a lot of contrast, but we can still bring back a bit of it. Bring back the highlight here and here, and on the chest area, a bit on the fluff as well. So I think that's a good level of shadow, and we're gonna make another layer. This layer we're going to add a bit of secondary color, so I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit of this yellowish tone onto his hair. I want to make it a little bit brighter on this side. We're gonna sort of treat it as a rim light. So this I learned from, well, at least this color combination I learned from painting Aerith many times while tempted to paint her. I did many takes, so this is one of the take where I gave her slight highlights towards the edge, or in the area that was the most shaded. This was sort of like highlight inside the shadow kind of deal. And I thought it looked really good for her hair color, which I feel like Squall's hair color is pretty similar to Aerith's. So yeah, that's why I'm painting that there. And then the neck area. Just keeping it a bit darker. And then the nose. Alright. I think I'll just keep it like this for now. And then I'll be doing a little bit of a shadow underneath the nose. And that shadow is gonna be a little bit warmer. So I'm going to add a bit of a warm tone underneath that nose, followed by shadow underneath the nose. And as for the lips, let's go ahead, go with this sort of color, like a dark muted red. Bit of shadow on that lip there. And go ahead and line the bottom lip. And we're gonna go ahead, use a even darker red tone. And just kind of contour the bottom lip. I'm just pretty much following how the old portrait of Squall was. I'm going to blur this, actually. Blur that. I'm gonna go ahead and do the whatever that indent that's under our noses. And going back to the lips to refine it a bit more. Especially this side, make sure it's in shadow. Okay, so that's what we have. Let me rotate this just so I can keep track of how that looks. And it's going to blend his cheek a bit. See what else? The hair probably, and the eyes needs a bit more softness to it. For now, I'm just refining the hair. And got the scar here. I'm going to go ahead, so copy paste the eyes, just making it a little bigger. And just kind of blend the lips in a bit. Maybe like that. And okay, fix that eye a bit. Just want to make sure both eyes similar in size. Okay, add a bit of eye bag. That's a pretty Final Fantasy thing to have, especially the way they render their character usually emphasize on that. I forgot what the term was called, but it's like the poofiness underneath your eye. There's a specific term for that. It's a thing in Asia. I don't know the term exactly. And yep. See what else I can improve on. I mean, it's already looking much better in 3D. Well, in terms of 3D. Let me see. Still not as good as I wanted to. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back. So I'm just looking at the screen here. Going to smooth this out. Add a bit more shadow here. And soften his nose. Looking back and forth. Make his jaw a bit more angular. And bring his hair forward a bit more. And now for the hair. Let's focus this part on working on his face. So I did a bit of work off camera, as you can see, nothing too drastic, but all using airbrush. That way I can keep things subtle and soft. In case I don't like something, I can always erase it, or I can put it at 50% opacity. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of I'm not gonna be talking through this too much, because basically what I'll be focusing on is pretty much looking at the reference, the 3D model of his face from the official game, and I have another reference of Cloud from the remake, just for reference. Like, I want to see how I can bring some of that shadow from the remake on Cloud onto Squall. See, pretty much try to make the rendering sort of like the in-game rendering. As well, we will be working on the hair too. And yeah, that's what I'll be doing. So I'm going to be using multiple layers here, just to be safe. In case I don't like something, I can go back very easily. I'm gonna go select a super dark color for underneath the chin. So right now I am not painting on each layer separately. I'm pretty much gonna paint on one single layer, and once I'm happy with it, I will be kind of cutting those different elements apart and merging them down to their appropriate layer later on. Before now, I'm just painting on one single layer. Add a bit of highlight there. And as for the ear, I'm gonna go use a orangey color. And I'm going to contour each hair underneath it, so that I may add shadow onto the face. I'm going to actually, let me have a look at. So at the same time, I have to kind of look at a small preview of what I have, so that I can make sure that nothing is too much. We gotta keep things subtle, pretty much. So I'm looking back and forth. And this part. Actually, nope. Just observing. I think that needs to be a bit higher. I'm going to copy paste and bring this a bit higher. And this part, angle it up a bit. For the nose, I'm going to go for a slightly darker color than the one that I already have. And going for a warmer color for the other side of the nose. That, and then use my lasso tool. I'm gonna contour the nostril and this whole area, and we're going to, we'll use that color to add a bit of dark color to flatten the face, pretty much. Just add a bit more. Actually, maybe that's too much. I'll add a little bit like that, and then Going back to this side. Add that shadow. Select a highlight, and I'm just going to add a bit of highlight there. Oh wait, hold on. Yes. And then add some shadow down his nose bridge, eyebrow bridge onto here. And then we're going to go ahead, add a bit subtle shadow here. And then for the lip area, let's go with this. Copy paste. It kind of reminds me of a cartoon actually. But yes. A dark upper lip. Gonna create another layer. Let's go with a pinkish color, and using the airbrush, I'm just going to bring that down. I'm just kind of referencing off of Cloud's lips on the remake version. And select this whole area of the lip and apply a bit of shadow around that. Add a bit of shadow there. Okay. And blend the edge of the lip. Just going to underline that bottom lip. Oh god, it looks... Okay, gotta tone that down afterwards. It's looking a little plump. We'll try to adjust it later. Erase this part. And guess we can keep it like that. I'm gonna select this part. And we're going to add a bit of rosiness to that part right there. Yep. And of course, got to make that chin sharp. Putting some more shadow underneath the chin. Add a bit of highlight underneath the lips here. And excuse me. Needs to have a bit more shadow in those areas. Like a bit of a more of a warmer shadow. Let's see if I can sculpt a bit of his face. And actually no. Bring the shadow all the way, contouring his chin. And we're gonna add a little bit of highlight on his chin here too. Actually, yeah, yes. Okay, so now that we have that, I'm going to go onto the nose. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow there. Just going to shade that up and add a bit of highlight on the edge of the nose. Like the nose bridge. Add a bit of nose bridge detail. Sorry, I'm so focused. I'm just not the best when it comes to observational drawing. So this is a little bit harder for me, but for someone who is actually good at it, might have an easier time at this. So pretty much I'm just observing Cloud's portrait and applying that sort of shadow highlight onto Squall. Maybe his nose should be a bit more angular. And also I probably should make his eyes a bit darker. And this cheek right here, let me like lower this opacity a bit so it's not super intense. That cheek of his is gonna be a bit brighter. Let's try a bit brighter. Let's lower the opacity again. So everything we're gonna keep it subtle. So this is what we have before, after. Gotta fix that hair. The hair is iconic to him, so we have to make sure to have it. Otherwise it won't feel like the character. Well, it won't feel like the character as much. There. So let me extend that a little bit. Add a bit of pinkish color under there. A bit of eye bag and some more shadow underneath the eye bag. Keeping it very subtle, looking back at my small preview, because I gotta make sure that the eye bags work with his face. Sometimes, you know, we can overdo it and it end up not looking as good. So we have to always kind of look back and forth at how we render stuff, just so it works with the character. Going in with a pinky color for the tear duct. Probably need to do a few more layers for the eyes to get that soft look. Right now it's still a little harsh. Okay, gonna add a bit of highlight over the brows here. And soften the lips. Gonna add a highlight here. And okay, let me see if I should extend the hair on the side by a bit. Half a bit of hair. This. Just fixing the hair flow. And gonna paint back that one strand there. And could use a bit more. You know, the more I work on Squall's hair, the more it reminds me of Aerith's hair. They both have very drastic bangs, front bangs. So now it's definitely looking a little better. Flip it. Before, after. Probably need to fix this part. Gonna smooth out the nose. Let's see what else I can work. Probably add a bit more shadow here. And let's see what else. Gonna work on the ears for sure, and the hair. Give him more of a flip here. Select the front part. Just going to add some shadow there. And I wonder how it will look if I copy, paste, and just kind of brought forward that whole area there. Like that. Okay, I'm going to merge down. I'm going to start applying all the edits I've done. So I duplicated each edit and I merged down to their individual layers, same as this. What I'll do is constrain this down and constrain this down. So everything is in their individual layer now. Now I'm going to go to liquefy and see if I can do a bit of editing. So I know Squall's face is pretty unique. He has like really high cheekbone, but then it sucks into his cheek. And his chin's a little bit jutted out. And then his jawline has a very smooth transition. Well, let me just make sure I get it right. Yeah, it's pretty smooth, I would say. Bring that up a bit more. Gonna make his nose a bit pointier. sure. Yeah, I guess. Let me flip it. It's not that bad. Bring that down a bit. Actually, it's not that bad. I still feel like something's missing. Maybe after I finish this year, it'll look a little better. But for now, let's see. Yeah, I think it's a little better like this. Kind of want to try something. Want to see if I should make his nose a little like straight. Kind of like that. Gonna make his nose bridge a bit bigger too. And gonna add a bit of shadow to his cheek here. Also think his lips are a little rounder. A bit more round like that. Kind of like that, I think. Also, I'm heavily referencing his features from the old game. I know he has a new look, but honestly, I like his old look a little better. It's more unique. Flare this eyebrow up a bit. So now it's all about fine-tuning his features and trying to get them as close as I can to the original. Okay. Let me zoom out. Yeah, this is... I think that should be okay. Let me make a new layer, and I'm gonna use blue here. I'm gonna add that onto his hair first. And on top of his hair. And then on top of his head. Gonna add a bit of shadow there, but keeping the top of his forehead brightened up. And a bit of, what's it called, eyebrow ridge here. And very slowly add the shadow in onto his forehead. Add a bit more shadow. I'm just going to gradually kind of add that to the edge of his face. And then paint back the hair. Add a bit of shadow underneath each strand. bit of his eyes, like the sharp lines, blur that with the airbrush, and we're gonna add those details back, but in a more subtle and soft way. I'm going to select this color that we have put on his forehead, and I'm gonna just recycle that color. Gonna add it on the top of his, what's it called, brow bone. No, not brow bone, cheekbone. Yeah, highlight that cheekbone with that color. Add a little bit on his upper lip here. Shade that part a bit. And kind of bring up the highlight a bit, reduce the shadow, and we're gonna extend the highlight on the chin here, extend that up. Oh, too much. Repaint some of that chin shadow there. Okay, might be a bit too much up. I'm just gonna erase that area. Looking back at our smaller preview, as always, gotta make sure that it looks good. Sorry, I'm just looking back and forth right now, just trying to assess. Okay. Now we're gonna flip it. Zoom out real quick. Before, after. So as you can see, I think it is a little better this way, so I'm just going to merge that down. Now, onto another layer, we're going to work on that ear that we've been neglecting this whole time. So I'm just going to start painting the ear. Okay. So we're going to render this out as much as we can. I'm going to be adding a teeny bit of a brighter color for the ear. More of a fleshy orangish tone. Like that. Okay. Just add a little bit of highlight where the earlobe is. And then shade the contour of the ear. I'm gonna go ahead and give him his earring. Okay. That looks fine. Let's merge that down. Create another layer. We're going to add a bit of hair that is overlapping his ear here. Just do some subtle lines. Now his hair, it's gonna require a bit of work, especially when I want to achieve realism. We're gonna have to find some textures for it. So I will be right back, guys. Alright guys, we're back. I found a couple of hair pictures that might work with his hairstyle. Okay, so what I did was I googled brown spiky hair. This is what I got. I think this will be perfect for this area right here. So we're just going to put that there. So as you can see, normally this wouldn't work too well unless you have a base to start off with, and then you can use photo textures to help improve the look of your art. texture should always be an extra to your art and not the brunt of it. Unless of course, if unless of course we're counting backgrounds, because all of that is photo. For me anyways, because I focus on characters instead. But I mean, if you wanna fully paint your backgrounds, I think that is very impressive. You know, I envy those that does stuff better than me. I mean, not envy, but like find it impressive. Because I can't imagine painting full background unless I incorporate a bit of texture into it. I've always been not too good at backgrounds because I was learning under concept artists, doing environmental art with a lot of matte painting, incorporating many photos. That's basically how I do my background these days, from what I learned from painting in the industry, which I think was super helpful. But yeah, that's what I've been taught to do, sort of, so I just went with it and tried to improve upon it. But anyways, as you can see, it definitely adds a bit more realism. And certainly you can definitely achieve this, probably not to the extent of real life photo, but almost achieve the same effect by painting manually. However, it just takes a bit more time. And sometimes you gotta choose between time or you wanna do it all from scratch. Just gonna use the same texture and see if I can reuse it here. I'm not sure, maybe. I have to edit this quite a bit though. Just gonna use a bit of it. Just gonna use this part and then we're gonna duplicate that, bring it. Actually, let me stick it close. Like that. Yes, just to have that hair texture. Before, after. Also, I definitely recommend kind of doing what I did, hide it and re-hide it, just to see if before and after, if it is making your picture better. I just morphed it to fit on this side. Yeah, it didn't really do much. Let's do here on this side. And we're gonna adjust to fit that side. And we're gonna adjust it to fit the way we want it. Duplicate this again. And cover the rest of the head on the back. Like that. Merge down. Now we're gonna take a bit of the bluish color and apply it on the very top of the head. And then we're gonna separate a bit of the chunk of the hair from each other. Hopefully this will work. A bit of... Make sure you have airbrush on and just kind of glide on the bottom of the hair. I'm gonna do a few clumps. And let's see here for sure. bit of shadow here where it kind of ends. Actually, select this part, add a gradient like that. Okay, let me just zoom out a bit. Okay, there we go. And then add a bit of shadow here. Just want to make sure that it feels, the back hair part feels separate from the rest of the hair. I'm gonna manually go ahead and paint some shadow. Might have to darken these parts. Okay, zoom out before, after. Let's flip that back. Yeah, I think that looks better. Clean this up a bit. Let's see. Oh yeah, I also had this picture, but sometimes I feel like you only really need one texture for the whole area of the hair. Yeah, I think that was a good call. Now that I have a bit of the hair rendered out. Alright guys, we're back. Continuing on. As you can see, I worked on his lip a little. So that's what I have. Okay, now I'm gonna focus a bit more on his hair. Gonna dive in here a bit closer to it and see if we can actually, before that I have to finish rendering his ears a little first. I'm gonna add a bit of that environmental color on his ear. Select the ridge here. Add that little bit of shadow around it. Let's see if we can add a bit of highlight here. Usually it would be shadow. I think we can add a bit of highlight, and then we're going back here. Add a highlight in this area. Actually, I have to make it subtle. Close it. And blend this out. Okay, and then I'm going to add a bit of a pinky undertone very gently on the ear. So I think I'm gonna be good with this for now. So that I merge everything down. To clean this up a bit. Let's clean that side now. Actually no, I gotta keep that side. Yes. And as for the hair, I'm going to edit this a bit. I'm gonna reduce the thickness of the hair here. I mean the back. It did look a little thick. Reduce that a bit. And gonna create another layer, constrained it to the head layer, which is Alt press, and then go to add a bit of environmental color, which is blue. That. Add a little bit. I'm gonna lower the opacity a bit. Create another layer. So now what we're gonna do is start kind of painting out the different batches of hair, especially in Final Fantasy rendering style. Their hair is pretty sectioned, as in you can see individual strands, no matter how impossible the hairstyle might be, but we gotta make sure the individual strands are visible and very obvious. So that's what I'm working on, kind of making sure that each strand you can tell which direction it's going to and whatnot. So we're gonna have these strands and they are gonna go over the ears like that. It's very gonna do it slowly and making sure looking back and forth, just trying to make sure that everything is good. Let's add a bit of highlight here. Okay, and then bring the hair down. I'm going to add a bit of highlight onto the different section of the hair, like that. Add a bit more. Okay, now onto this batch of hair we need to add a bit of highlight here to bring that hair out, pop that hair out from the neck. I forgot I shouldn't laugh because every time I laugh there's like an echo if I laugh, so I'm sorry if you guys been suffering through that every time I giggle or laugh. I'm gonna try to suppress it. Okay, so this is what we have now. It's not a lot of change, but gradual change will help the look of the hair for sure. You just need to go at it slowly, because I feel like I should, since I'm not used to drawing this type of hairstyle. I mean, I've drawn Aerith hairstyle a few times now, but it's not exactly like Squall's. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. I use a lighter color, and we're gonna use that to kind of use that as a rim light to the hair almost. Again, making hair strands. Now there's specific placement for this color in particular. I try to highlight kind of towards the edge of the clumps of hair. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go ahead, select that part, make it darker. other clump of hair that's falling. Okay. Before, after. I mean, I don't think it did too much, to be honest. But it's not too bad. I think we can keep most of it. This part definitely needs a bit of work, so what I'll do is I'm gonna copy this whole part and kind of just Control Shift C, Control Shift V to paste, and we are going to use this part as a highlight. So it's already looking better. Sorry. And just with this type of color, I think. And we're gonna rotate this real quick. I want to see what it looks like. It's not bad. It's not that great either. Okay, right now I'm just erasing parts of it because I feel like not every part that I've selected should be part of that. So this is also what I did for Aerith's hair. I selected the back of part of her bang and I made it a lot lighter. So it feels like there's a nice lighting coming from the back of her hair. This part I'm going to... no. Keep this solid like this. And I'm going to delete... no, actually no. Maybe we can do it like that. We'll keep it like this for now. And open a new layer. Going to continue to add a bit more shadow. Let's see if I can this time add like an intense light source coming from somewhere. Maybe here. Copy, paste, lighten. And we're going to gradually accommodate, blend that in by, I'm just going to blend it in by erasing parts of what I did so it's not super intense. Let's see how this looks. I know in the official 2D art the artist did have this sort of a bit of this type of lighting, so maybe it'll work. It's not bad, but not great either. Going to add a bit of lighting underneath the eyebrows actually, and really highlight that poofiness, eye puff. and erase a bit of it so we can make it subtle. That. I'm gonna create another layer. Dissolve. I'm going to select this color right here, bright color. Highlight. Should I highlight that forehead? Trying to see if it'll look better if I highlight his forehead or not. We can try. And highlight underneath his eye bags. Highlight this a bit, and then the chin. Gotta make it subtle though, because dissolve is pretty unpredictable. You can't really adjust the opacity, so you have to erase it to reduce the opacity manually. That's what we will be doing. So I added a bit of highlight to his face. I think it makes him look a little better, a bit more contrast. And what I'll do is I'm going to see if I can create a bit of skin texture by using the same technique. So we're going to be using dissolve once again, except this time just sprinkle a little bit of a darker color over the character and gloss blur that so it looks like he has freckles, and then lower the opacity, and hopefully it'll look like skin texture if you keep layering it on. So I'm gonna zoom in. Zoom in, and I'm just gonna do a bit of that. Gloss blur. And lower the opacity. You can't really tell. I mean, you can tell if you zoom in, but you can barely tell when you zoom out. I'm going to lock that down. And I'm going to color it a bit of a color with a dark color. That didn't sound too good. So merge down, zoom out. Flip. I mean, hold on one sec. There's a bit of blotchiness that I want to fix, but other than that, I think that looks better. Blotchiness as in this part here, it's very muddy. So I want to see if I can fix that. Let's add a bit of blue. And then use this layer so I can blend in that hair. What I'll do next is really accentuate his forehead. By doing that, I'm gonna have to refine the hair that's behind it. Actually, his cheekbone needs to be a bit higher. Just a bit. Actually, what if I remove this? Or make it less visible? I guess this is okay. And of course we have his scar. I think maybe after I put that scar down, it's gonna look a little more like him. I think it's starting to look a little bit like him. Now for the hair on this side needs to be edited, so I mean refined, so I'm gonna start adding a bit more bit more refinement into these individual clumps of hair using a up and down motion trying to paint in a hair-like texture way. Make another layer. Gonna do another clump. So we're gonna do a clump of hair like that. I'm just going to add a bit of shadow on there and under this clump of hair too. Add a bit more shadow on this side and that side of the hair clump. And I'm gonna add a bit of highlights on this one. And then from here it's just separating some more hair clumps here and there. I think I'm gonna reduce the size of, reduce the size of the hair on this side a bit. It's getting pretty overwhelming. Might be a bit too much hair for that side. And just add a tiny bit of hair on this side. Before, after. Merge down. Alright, it's time to reduce the size of that part of the hair. I just cut it, put it behind the head layer so that I can resize it a bit or make sure it's not too much. Maybe just make the size slightly smaller. I'm going to flip it. I think that should do it. And as for this side, I'm gonna copy, paste, and I will also adjust the hair on this side a bit. Although probably not as much as the previous side. Okay. That's what we have. Oh, I should probably adjust this on. So I'm going to actually first adjust the body first. Duplicate. Make it super bright. Go into blending options. Play with the slider here by holding Alt and dragging it. So it just gives a bit more intensity. And then after we're gonna go in here, auto contrast, that's a bit too much. We're going to go to fade and fade it out a bit. And there we have it. I don't know, maybe the background isn't fitted for him. I should kind of just looking back and forth. Still something that can like bring his chest up a bit. Bring that chest up a bit, and maybe I can like bring his hand up or something. Yeah, something like that. I'm going to select his body real quick, and we're gonna go ahead, bring down the shoulder a bit. Maybe I can like rotate the body a bit. Not quite sure about the pose here. I mean, it actually looks okay if I rotate it, but if I rotate back, there's something weird about it, but yeah. Maybe I can make it so he's lifting up his hand a bit like this. Like, you know how male game characters have their head behind their head? Maybe I can do that. Let's see if I can do that. I'm just using a rough shape right now to it's alright. Here's the skin real quick. I just want to see what it looks like roughly. So just doing a quick version of that. If that's the case, then his shoulder blade probably gonna move up a bit, huh? Maybe you can also change the pose of this. Let's see. If I kind of rotate it. Maybe he's striking a pose instead. I wonder if I can do that. So right now what I'm doing is just roughly doing a pose using, well, changing the pose slightly with very rough, bit of a rough work with the solid round brush. Oh yeah, maybe if I... maybe if I gave him his necklace, it won't look as weird. Okay, yeah, as I thought, he's wearing gloves. Okay, on closer look, his glove looked like this. Probably need to work on that neck too after this, huh? Also, in one of the renders, you can see that his jacket is a little bit off to his shoulders on one side, so you can see a bit of his shirt on the inside. So maybe I can also give that a try. And also his fluffy jacket bit is a bit higher too. Like that. So I'm going to have to copy paste, bring his fluffy jacket bit all the way up. So that we get to see his glorious V-neck shirt a bit more. And going to contour the pecs a bit more. And we have a bit of the rib cage. Oh yeah, his sleeves are poofy. So this is the edit. Let me just put all the edit in one layer. Before, after. There we go. Maybe bring it down a bit. I'm just going to, for the necklace, what I'll probably do is copy it, find a picture and copy it and put it on his neck. That's usually how I do like accessories, since I want the detail without doing too much work on it. And it's faster that way, and it looks better, I find. So this is a rough shape of the necklace, just so it's there. So mount. Oops. Then we're going to paint back the neck a bit. Let's add some highlight to this part. And add a bit more shadow underneath the neck. Let me see if I should rotate this a bit. Going back to the background. Alright guys, so as you can see, I did quite a bit of work off camera. So I was a little frustrated before and I just couldn't pick out why I wasn't really liking where it was going, so I had to stop recording and figure it out. But I've saved the progress on a separate layer so I can show you guys what I did. So as you can see, this is the original. I don't think there's anything too bad about it, but it was just missing something. So I experimented. I kind of opened up his code a little and showed the inside a bit. So this is a rough edit of what I wanted, and I also took this part of the code and expanded it a bit, and I quite like the result of it. So that was for the body. Again, I pretty roughly did the changes. As you can see, it's not perfect and we're gonna go ahead and refine it. I will be talking through that phase. Also for the face, this is what I decided to go for. Now let me explain what I did here. So I decided to change the lighting a bit, and notice how I put a bit more variation into the skin tone as well, such as the nostril. There's a bit of a blue light on the side here, same with here too, just to soften up the piece. As well as the hair, I added some more obvious highlight on there as well, and a bit of shine on this part. Now I want to show you guys the reference I used for this change in shadow and stuff. So I was kind of not liking where the shading was going for this version, so I went into my reference folder, which I save up a bunch of stuff that I feel like would come in handy. And wouldn't you know it, this picture that I saved, it was a screenshot from Netflix of Rapunzel, and I pretty much used this as a guide to help me paint the lighting for here, except of course I had to use the color scheme that I already had instead of taking from the reference. But yeah, I used this reference for the face inspiration. Notice how the lighting is quite similar, except for this part, but most of it is quite similar. And yeah, that's what I did to change this pretty much. And yeah, now you guys are all caught up. Sorry I didn't record it. It's just when I'm really trying to figure things out, prefer to do it off camera because I'm just more comfortable with that. There is still a bit of kind of like gives me a little bit of a stress if I know that I'm recording it. I'm kind of like trying to figure things out so I can progress the video, but it just doesn't come out. So if I stop recording, sometimes it works better that way. Well, a lot of times. Sometimes I get it on camera, sometimes I have to do it off camera. It's kind of weird like that, but yeah. However, I hope that me explaining to you guys my thought process and how I achieved this look is still okay with you. Anyhow, oh yeah, and as for the background, there's this background, but then I felt like maybe I should switch up the background a little. Maybe that's why it wasn't looking too good. Actually, maybe if I like move this a bit like this. But yeah, this is another background that I made. It's pretty much same concept. I took an image that I quite liked. I liked the composition and I put it down hoping that it would work. And I think that it kind of works to an extent. Can also blur it up a bit, but we'll do that after. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna keep this background, but I do like where this is going, so we will be refining this together. Okay, with that being said, let's work on the body first. And already I have a few texture. As you can see, this is still the hair texture. We might use a bit more of this to put on some of the hair strands to make it, to refine it later on. I also grab one of this picture for the fluffy bit, and also this for his necklace, because I'm not planning to paint it from scratch, sadly. It is quite detailed, and I feel like a photo would be more, would fit, well, I would be the fastest way to achieve a realistic necklace. I mean, I feel like I could probably render it, but it is not, it's gonna take too long. And so yeah. Okay, so let's get started with the jacket. So I'm just going to merge everything down. So that means I'm committing to this, and we're not going to change it later. I'm just going to sort of clean it up a bit. And we're going to zoom in here. I'm going to start off by trying to create a silhouette with his fur area. So this part we're gonna use this brush right here. We're still on the smudge. I'm going to be creating a fur smudge tool. We're gonna turn up the strength and take this off, only have transfer on, and then actually might need a bit more strength. So now I can create a fairly fast fur-like texture now. It's not the most realistic, but it does give the impression of fur. And I'm only doing this to achieve that fur-like texture on the outer edge of the silhouette. Then we will be using a texture. But we're gonna get a fairly fluffy outer edge for the fluffy part. Forgot. No laughing. I'm gonna do that on the inside too. Just getting that fluffy area. Okay, now that that's done, it's already starting to look a lot more fluffy. So now what I'll do is take this texture again, and we're just gonna see if we can use it again and see if this time will look better, or if it's too much we can remove it and constrain it down. So by creating the silhouette, it actually helps with integrating this texture right here, and we will be just putting it down, lower the opacity a bit, and I think it does work quite well. We can also adjust its color a bit so that it matches the overall color that we already have underneath. So I think this actually looks pretty good. It does look like it belongs on the character. We might have to work a bit on the end here, but for now I think it's good. So I'm gonna merge it down. Now onto the other side of the fluff. We're gonna do the same thing, just going to manipulate it using the warp option in the free transformation tool. Alt click, constrain it down to the layer below, and we are just going to slowly blend this in like this. Okay, yeah, it's looking good. There's some parts here that is a little bit that needs to be smudged out a bit. So I go underneath and I'm gonna smudge that out. Also, I'm going to try to emulate the texture of the the shading of the texture that I just overlaid. So I darkened underneath here, probably darken it a bit more, so I'll put like a dark stripe like this. I'm going to appear the texture, go back to that layer, and let's smudge it out a bit. That way it might look a little bit more like texture. So after that, actually, one second. Go back here. I'm just going to replicate that, smudge it up, smudge it following the direction of the fur of the image. That way we can blend it in. Going to merge down. Now this part definitely needs a bit of work because this part doesn't exactly match the texture too well. So what I'll do is, hold on, let's go, actually, maybe let's try this. I'm gonna select that poof area, plop it down, constrain it, make it bigger, and then apply that onto the fluff part. And it's a bit too light. Let's see how it looks if I darken it a bit. And then actually, I don't know if this goes too well with this. Let's go back to this. And what I'll do is I'll select this part only. I'm going to apply this texture on top. And we're just going to constrain it down. Apply that. And we're going to up the contrast a bit. Okay, it's looking a little washed out. Let's remove that. Actually, yeah. Now it's too intense. I'm trying to figure out a happy medium here. So let's go with this for now. I'm going to make another layer underneath and lighten this area a bit. I think this might look a little better. Like that. Okay, let's go with that. And merge down, and there we have it. So this way, it saves quite a bit of time, and it end up looking pretty, well, fairly realistic. I'm kind of happy about that. I mean, if you zoom out, it kind of fits. And once we render the rest of the character up, I think it will look a lot better as well. So fluff down. Now time to work on, let's see, yes, work on the outfit. So for the outfit, I probably should have gotten a zipper texture, because zipper is something I don't manually paint. I can replicate the texture, but I just like the look of a photo zipper texture. Alright guys, I found the texture. So this is what we're gonna use for the zipper portion, and also maybe some of the leather portion as well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and select the zipper portion, and we're just going to line that on the side because the flap is flipped this way. And just going to adjust it to where the flap is. Okay. So there we have it. Of course, I have to go ahead and kind of fix some of those areas. Also, this part needs to be a little thinner. So edit that in, and then we have to do the rest of that area. But first we have the white lining of the leather jacket, at least that's what it looks like. So get that done. Okay, so we're gonna do all the texture on a separate layer. I mean, do all the edit on a separate layer, and we're gonna compare later on. So now I select inside the under the the jacket, and just going to work on that white shirt of his. Gonna go ahead and select like this yellowish gray or warm gray, and we're just going to do a bit of wrinkling, and just still attempting to paint his chest anatomy onto the shirt a bit. So we're gonna have a little bit of shadow here, and I should probably work on the neck bit a bit. So gonna actually take a lot of the colors from the face, and we're just going to use it on the body as well. I'm going to use my lasso tool, and I'm gonna make this sort of shape just so I can follow through on the same as the shirt highlight. Go, so I get a nice consistent look, and bring that highlight up. And then with a darker color, I'm just going to outline one of his neck tendon that's connected to the clavicle, and then blend it downward using the airbrush. Let's soften that in, and then make a little highlight here. Use that color right there that I selected, and bring the other clavicle down. And now I'm just going to kind of bring that sort of where I put the shadow down to the shirt. That way we can emphasize his chest a bit. And just gonna bring it down a bit more. Select this part. Bring that down. And I'm just going to emphasize his rib cage a bit. Same with this side. See if I should do it. If I should paint a bit of abs, but we'll see. We'll see if it's too much. Sometimes it might be a bit too much, so I stop. But we'll see. So far, it's not that bad. Also, what I can do if I'm not sure, which I'm a little bit not sure, I'm going to just Google tight tank top. Wait, not tight. Tight V-neck guy. And let's see how that looks. Alright guys, so I found a reference. As you can see, yeah, there is a lot of shading going on, so we're gonna use that as our inspiration. I just moved that image to my second screen, and I'm just going to flip it so I can look at it while I paint this part. I'm still gonna keep what I have done. I'm gonna make another layer just in case I mess up. And just going to paint a bit of rippling. I'm going to paint a bit of volume here. And using a smaller brush to emphasize the ripple. I guess there isn't too much of a shadow in between, it's just more like underneath, I think. And even then it's not too prominent, so I have to make sure not to go crazy. So we're gonna go with that. I'm going to extend this back here a bit. And just a couple more ripple throughout the shirt. That's what the reference telling me, so I gotta put it. Actually, on the reference there's more rippling. But yeah, I think we can go with that. Okay, now for the neckline. Just needs a bit of refining. So I went ahead, selected it, and painted it. Now I'm going to extend the shadow all the way down. Same for the color on the other side, except it is the opposite, so we're gonna put the highlight on top. And at the same time, we're just gonna work on that neckline. And because I painted this, the highlight down already, we're going to extend it all the way down. Just gonna select the clavicle bone, put a bit of shadow on top of that, and I'm going to add a bit of gray on this side. Same for the neck area, just extending the color that I've put on the face downward. I think I need to erase this part. Okay, so now I'm going to extend that down onto the neck. Now select, contour the neck part, and I'm going to pick this color on his cheek. I'm gonna try to add a bit to his neck. I'm gonna select the brightest part of his face, and we're gonna use that to highlight his Adam's apple. Switch to airbrush. I'm going to switch back to airbrush, select this part, and making it a bit more sharp. Okay, so before, actually no wait, I kind of like before. I'm gonna go back to before on the neck part here. Gonna add a bit more highlight on that area, and we're going to select this area right here. I'm going to add some shadow where the fur is overlap onto the skin. Okay, then select the clavicle and then paint that down. Now, time to add a bit of shadow on the shirt too. So pick a darker color, use airbrush, and we're just gonna softly put that there. And notice how it created a jaggedy edge for the fluff. So we're gonna go back and smudge out the silhouette of the fur on top of the shirt. There we go. So there we have it. Same for here as well. We can do that. Zoom out. Before, after. Flip it. before, after. So we're gonna constantly check that. I'm actually going to copy this whole part and I'm going to kind of tweak it a bit. So like that. Okay, and as for this part, copy, paste, just trying to make it straight. So I usually just copy paste part of the element of the skin and kind of edit it in a way that it gives a nice smooth line on the clothing and merge it down. It's a simple way of kind of, you know, painting over something without making jaggedy lines, pretty much, which I'm very good at. So I resort to using that technique in order to create straighter lines. Okay, so now I think this part should be okay. I'm going to go ahead and complete that part. Also going here. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I have to merge that down. I'm going to go ahead, add the yellow tint to the shadow of the clothes. And now what we're gonna do is use the smudge tool again. We're just gonna, I'm testing this out, but I wanted to do like little fluff shadow silhouette, just kind of to see if it will look better this way, because I'm trying to make it feel like the fluff is casting shadow on the skin, and so that's why we're doing that. And after that, I'm just going to blend it down a bit, and then add the shadow of his chest on the other side. I'm going to kind of tone it down a bit by doing a little bit of blendy between the two lines there. Yeah. And I'm gonna see if this will look good, but I'm gonna darken this part here. And I have to darken that part too, but I don't wanna redo that whole business. So instead I'll go to multiply, and we'll just, actually not with that color, I'm gonna select this color, a gray color, and we're going to just add a tiny bit of shadow underneath the fluff on top of the shirt. We can do the same here. After that, oh gosh, it doesn't, I don't think it'll work. I can't merge it down right now, because otherwise it'll look like that. So I'll keep it on a separate layer, and we'll continue on with this side. Select the white lining, and similarly we are going to just softly blend everything in. I'm gonna add a bit of a warmer color on the inner part of the lining. It just gives a bit of highlight inside the shaded part, I guess. Also, it pops out from the white shirt itself. And sometimes I would intentionally blur this sharp line a bit, because sometimes too sharp won't look as good. It'll look, I guess I just developed a liking for overly soft lines. How do you say? Separations between elements. And just add a little bit of a highlight there. And this is where we're gonna do our second zipper detailing. But first, we're gonna go ahead and render out this flap here. There we go, render that out. And probably should render out this part too actually. So it's gonna render this out. Let's look at the leather real quick. I just want to see what that looks like. Maybe it'll help. Actually, I'm going to move that onto my second screen so I can look at it for reference. Okay, so what I'm seeing actually, curiously enough, its highlight is actually green. Which I totally forgot that leather do have that type of highlight sometimes, depending on the background color of course. But I totally forgot that green is definitely a leather highlight. So I'm gonna use a bit of green to highlight it. But the rest of the leather jacket will be still pretty much the color that I began with. I'm just going to use the lasso tool and select the shape I want. And we can, I feel like I can be a bit ambiguous with this jacket because it is black, and with black you can get away with a lot of detailing work that you can't get away with if it's another color, a lighter color. So once I have that, I'm just going to try to render it out as best as I can. Still trying to put a bit of detailing in, but I'm not sure how much I can get in. I'm going to use the lasso tool again to help me get everything nice and refined, or better refined than the previous version. Going to go, I selected this color right here because I knew that it would just be a highlight color to the leather. And I'm just going to go ahead and put down highlight for that jacket. So I'll just make a bit of rippling. And just going to add a bit of highlight here and there, I guess. I'm going to use the lasso tool to help me create that clean shape, going for complete black color. And I'm just going to use that. I think this needs to be different. Okay, now that I have done that, I'm going to go select this color right here, the wood color, and very, very softly I'm going to add a little bit of it to the outer edge. And then I'm just going to use the lasso tool to help me clean up some of these areas. Just hit delete once you select it. And that's it. Going, oh, hold on. Okay, I need this back. And we're gonna select this once again. And this time we will be putting it on the other side. Rotate it. And try to warp it the best way that you can that sticks to the design that you laid out. So just kind of, after that, secure it. And of course we have to remove that part. So this is now what we have. I'm going to put it down a bit and kind of darken it a bit. So this is what we have for that side. Now we're gonna work on the other side of the jacket. Okay, now let's focus on the other shoulder. Okay. Alright, let's get started. I'm just gonna paint that on a separate layer. I am gonna go in a bit closer, use my lasso tool to help me isolate certain areas. And then I can just put down the colors. And going in here now, I'm gonna go ahead and just clean that up. Gonna add a bit of highlight here and maybe one here. Go behind the zipper and we're gonna use the darkest color there is, so I can do a little fold here with it. Otherwise it won't be obvious enough. And then go ahead, actually nah, remove that. I'm gonna do it like this, sweep this highlight up. And gonna go ahead, clean that area up, add a bit of highlight there. Actually, I think this part needs to be extended, so I'm just gonna go ahead, extend that. So as you can see, for the black part, you can get away with quite a bit. There's a lot of detail that's not rendered out, but yet I feel like you don't really need to as much as you would for a different color. But with that being said, we're still gonna render it out a bit. So going on to this detail of the jacket, just gonna paint that. And once again on this side, just gonna add a bit of ridge here, highlight here. And then we're going in to add sharpness and refine the shadow for that. Gonna use the lasso tool once again to help me shape the sleeve here. I'm gonna select this color that I've already on that side and then bring that color all the way down. Second, it's kind of like a bit of rim light, and we're just going to bring that down. I'm going to switch to a solid round brush for this part just to cut the crease a bit. And let's work on the rest of the leather area, which I feel like I need a secondary color. I'm going to use a bit of a warm gray here and see how that looks. So, oh no, it doesn't look good. undo that. Okay, just gonna go with a highlight shade and just going to just scribble a bit of texture in there. Hopefully it'll work. I'm gonna do a little circular shape there and highlight this part. And do the same on the edge, just gonna contour it. Okay, so I mean that side is not rendered super well. Actually, I'm not convinced. I'm not really. I think I need another reference for that. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, let me bring back what I had here for previous lighting. I kind of like that. Bring back a bit of that. And here. The rest I'm gonna merge down, create another layer so we can attempt this again. So this time what I'll do is highlight this area and then we'll do a sharp dent here. Bring down the highlight and then bring it over like this. And then we're gonna add a bit more here and add a brighter highlight underneath here. It helps a little. It's not the ideal, but I'm going to use a bit of the green highlight to help me with this a bit. So I'm going to highlight some of these areas with a bit of green. And let's go ahead and do the same here. Select that area. And I'm trying to observe the reference I have. So it looks like this. And it has highlight on the opposite side underneath the shadow, like that. Then as for the sleeves, the shadows are quite thin. I mean, the highlights are quite thin, like this. Then we have deep creases. We're gonna use full on black for that, otherwise it's not gonna show too well. Bit of a dark crease there. I'm going to use some highlight here. Then bring it all the way down. Okay. Before, after. I mean, it's not the best, but I think... Oh my god. I'm not feeling it. I think I'm going to redo that. Or we can go ahead and black that out. And just stick with some simple folds like that. Okay, I think we'll keep it like that. And let's see if we can spruce it up with some secondary detail, such as maybe maybe you can do a little pocket here. And of course, gotta adjust that to match the color. But we're gonna have some secondary detail like this. And once we have that, I have to somehow kind of blend that into the design a bit. I don't know about this. I'm gonna highlight this area and using a gray color, just highlight that portion and add a bit of ripples. I'm just going to do a couple of highlights on the edge here. Go extend some of that texture all the way up and onto the other side, although I don't know if we should do too much, but let's give it a shot here. It's not that bad. I think it adds a bit of character, I think. Let's add a bit more highlight. Gonna take a bit of that color from the fluff because it's easier. And then just kind of make use of it. Let's go with that. Okay. And then select the outer edge of that. I'm just going to create another layer and merge it down. But yes, select that edge so that I can add a bit of a rim light on that edge. And doesn't work too well. Let me just reduce the opacity. And then I'm going to go to the other side and do a similar thing. It's kind of like that. And we are going to select this side and add same highlight. There needs to be an intense highlight here. And bring the highlight down, make some small indent, and bring down the highlight through the seam onto the other side as well. And while we're on the other side, just gonna do some little detailing, seam detailing. Gonna add a bit of shine here. Add a bit more highlight on that loop. I'm going to make this part a bit brighter and fade it into the dark color. That way it creates a nice like indent look that leather does. There we go. And now I'm going to go in here and we'll select this pocket so that I can add that there. Just gotta make sure it's on the right spot, and then darken that up and warp that like that so that it is in the exact same spot. I guess what we could do now is try to add a bit of highlight, not too much. We don't want to make it shine too much now. Can do like this. And I'm gonna flip it over just to make sure it is even. Yeah, it's sort of even. I guess this is what I can do just to give a bit of extra detail. Now onto the necklace. So I did a quick rough positioning of the necklace. And we're just going to use the select tool. I'm just going to clean this up a bit. We cannot use this as it is, we need to edit it. But at least I'll be able to edit it a bit easier. So first I'll select this. Put it down. I need to fix the lighting for this. What we can try to do is invert that so the lighting is on the other side. And just going to add a bit of warmth in here. And we'll probably paint over a bit. And then we have the chain. We probably should get a separate texture for that actually. Gonna delete some images. Delete some windows here because we finished using those. I'll still keep the hair. We can delete this. Okay. Alright guys, I got a chain texture. So once again, we're just gonna isolate that chain. Pretty much gotta select everything around it except the chain. Okay, copy paste. Just gonna select this part. Oh, what the? Oh snap. Hold on, I forgot to inverse. There we go. Now I have the chain selected. There we go. Copy, paste. There we go. So we'll do this first, and then I'll do the separate attachment for the chain after. So first, it's this. And we gotta darken that up. And this side especially, so I'll select that side on its own, and we are going to make it darker. And then copy one of this part and just, oh actually, I zoom out real quick. remove that. Let's do this first. I'm just gonna clean up the chain. There was still a bit of residue left, so gotta clean that up using the lasso tool. I think we can also use our select tool. And I'm just gonna keep the other side as it is. Now I'm going to, let's try selecting this part. Then I'm gonna try to attach this. It's really messy. I'm not. Let's move this on top. Need to move this a bit downward, like that. Adjust this a bit. I'm gonna remove this. Make this a little bigger. Okay. Let's also darken this side a bit. And I'm all gonna copy paste that part, and we're going to make it a little brighter. And blend option, and we're gonna play around with the slider. Hold Alt, drag. Okay. Merge that down. This side needs a bit more contrast, I think. I'm gonna select that side in particular. Darken that up. I'm just gonna go ahead and manually clean up some of these dark areas. Delete. Flip that. Okay. I'm going to actually remove this because I found a better looking pendant that I'm gonna use. Fill in a bit of that thickness. And we'll try to, probably need to copy this again. Actually, I'll use this part, copy. See if I can kind of brighten this. And of course, gotta clean this up. It looks like a mess. I'm just going to delete that whole area. Nah. Actually, what can I do? Can I just have it sort of... doesn't look too good. Let's see if I manually did it. Although it's gonna look a bit rough. After that, paint over it. Yeah, it looks rough. it looks real rough. Gonna play around with it a bit. All this length to go through for not wanting to paint this from scratch. I don't know if it's worth it or not, actually. Okay, and this is the better looking one that I found. And I'm just gonna use this. This is a bit this is a bit gotta do it from scratch. And we're probably gonna clean it up once I put that on. But definitely looks a lot better. And of course, we have to clean this up. And also gonna tilt this a bit. Okay, now we have to somehow, so I merge everything down together. Now we're going to, I'm just gonna add a bit of shadow on this side. Merge down, go into, oh, gradient map, merge down, constrain it, and use this filter. Alright, so after the filter, it gives me something like this. I usually use that to kind of make everything blend together a bit better. And after that, I will go and use a darken layer so I can darken the outer edges of the pendant a bit so it doesn't look like clipped texture. So I think this is pretty good. I'm going to make a shadow layer for the necklace, and we're just going to put that down like that. Add a bit of shadow here too. Alright, I think we got a pretty good texture here for the pendant. If you zoom out, it's not that bad. Now going back, actually what is this? I guess it's nothing. I'm going to name this necklace, and it's gonna have its own little group so I can keep this fairly clean. And as for this part, we're just gonna merge down, so now we only have 3 layers, keeping it as simple as possible. Okay, as for this layer where I did the editing, I need to paint back some of the hair. Like that, and go back here to paint back some of the hair strand that's overlapping the ears. Just paint that back. As for his earring, it's go ahead and paint that back as well. Add a little bit of a highlight. And I think that's pretty much it. Actually, no, not yet. Zoom in 100%. I'm gonna go ahead and actually make this part here a bit lighter, and going in with eyelash and really emphasize the thickness of the bottom eyelid thickness here. I'm gonna hide the selection and just gonna apply a bit of shadow there. So that way it really emphasizes the eyelid. I mean, yes, the bottom lid thickness. I don't know what this is called officially. We really need to make sure that that's there. That's like the very iconic to the Final Fantasy rendering style, so gotta make sure it's pretty visible. We're gonna do the same to the other side, although the other side is a bit more apparent than this side. Add that shadow. There we go. Now it's a bit more apparent. Let's see if I can add some texture to the eyes in terms of little lines converging to the center there, and gonna add a bit of highlight on this side. That we can lower the, actually, to keep it like that, and I'm gonna go in with my smudge tool setting here for blending mode, so 2% strength with scatter on, and just going to blur that up. We're gonna blur this a bit too, that way we can keep things nice and soft. Gonna go in here, add a bit of highlight like that. Add a bit of a brown color onto the eyelashes. I didn't want it to be super black, so added a bit of brown, and then going back in to add a bit of eyelashes. You know how it is. The eyelash is also very iconic of the Square Enix rendering style. Everybody got eyelashes, which is something I love because it's just part of their style. It makes everybody look, well, most characters look very good. Some of the side characters are questionable, but main characters always look really nice with their luscious eyelashes. And so we will do the same to our character. Alright guys, so we're coming towards the end of this tutorial. So I did a bit more work off camera, just a little bit. Just clean up the face a bit. And edited the hair just a little bit, refined it a bit, add shadow behind the hair strands. Also, I should probably work on that scar, huh? Just going to work on it a bit. And probably work on that face too. Now we're gonna do a little bit of editing just to finish this whole piece off. So we're gonna add an atmosphere layer, which is basically lighten. And I'm gonna add a bit of bluish tint. Add a bit more here. Also going to make sure it's not too overwhelming, so I'm gonna erase parts of it. That. Go into color lookup, use film stock, reduce the intensity, I wonder if I should use film stock. Let me try the other filters. Just scrolling through the filters, seeing which one might look better. Oh, I guess I'll go to film stock. Before, after. And let's see what else I can do here. I'm going to up the intensity, the brightness. And we're going to go into the mask mode and kind of make our character pop through that super bright background a bit more. Actually, I quite like it when it's this bright. Maybe reduce the brightness of this wall right here, but the rest of the area I think looks pretty nice with it super intense like that. I'm gonna bring this up here. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Make another layer. Lighten. Just gonna do it again for the hair on this side. And for the jacket on that side. So it feels like there's lighting coming from the side a bit more. And maybe a little bit here. Yep. Before, after. Let's add some rim light. You know what? Actually, not rim light. Lens flare. One thing that you can do is automatically generate a lens flare through Photoshop, or you can also use a photo for it. I mean, Google it and find a photo. So this is how we create a lens flare in Photoshop. Let me just see these options here. One of those should be lens flare. Render lens flare. And this is gonna be us picking a spot to where the, well, I guess we can just pick a random spot. So these are the different type of lens flares. Let's pick this one, and you can also adjust the brightness. So let's go with that. After we generate the lens flare in a completely black background, we're going to put this in lighten. Actually, no. Put this in screen. That way, only the bright shades appear, and the black will not appear. And of course, you might think this might be a bit too intense. We can always go to adjustment, brightness, contrast to adjust this lens flare. So like this side. I guess it doesn't. It doesn't really add too much to the image. It adds a little bit, but not too much. Go to adjustment for the brightness. Let's give the lens flare a blue tint. Blue is quite blue and green, I feel, are very iconic of Final Fantasy. But yeah, you can also play around with that, or you can go for a neutral color. Actually, I'm fine with this color. Going to bring back some of that hair contrast. So yeah, this is gonna be our edit. So this is before, after just adds a little extra amount of intensity. Also, wait, hold on, I can duplicate this, so this is like double that. Sometimes I like to double the effect and put in the background and see what kind of effect it does. I kind of like it like that. So yeah, this is the final phase, and I mean, it looks pretty. It looks more complete than what I usually leave my tutorials. Although I did do some work off camera, I hope you guys will forgive me for that. All in all, I think it looks satisfactory. It's not like, oh my god, I achieved perfection, but it's okay. But I hope you guys enjoyed this voiceover. I hope I was able to help in some way. But yeah, as you guys saw, I use a lot of photo textures to help me speed things up, and also add that extra bit of texture or extra bit of detail to my pieces to make it look a bit more realistic. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next voiceover tutorial, and probably, maybe if you guys like this enough, I'll do another kind of like a remake portrait of a older FF game. That would be fun too. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next voiceover tutorial. Have a great day and take care and stay safe. Bye guys!